Good evening and welcome. It's Thursday and we're going to be playing some more. I meant to have a masterclass for you today and I recorded it, edited, I actually recorded it twice. And then as I was editing it, then I was afterwards preparing the blueprints, and then I realized that I had forgotten about the stack inserters and the need for stacking. So when I upgraded the design to rare quality, I was like, yeah, here we go. This is 240 per second on a belt, and then use the green inserters for it. I was like, that's not so important. I was like, no. That's gonna be so much rage in the comment section, and for good reason. I can't have a masterclass with blatant errors like that. So I didn't have time to re-record it. Well, I have re-recorded it, but I haven't had time to redo the editing. So that's gonna come out probably tomorrow, and then next week's I'm on vacation, so it'll be a little bit erratic whether or how much I'm going to be streaming. There'll probably be a day here or there, but it's also like when I come back from vacation, going on vacation with one girlfriend, then the other one really needs attention when I come back, and then going with the other one, then the first one needs attention when I come back. So the troubles of polyamory. So there might also be a little bit of a demand for me to do other stuff than gaming. But, such is life, I suppose. Suffering from success, yes, absolutely. Suffering from success. No complaints there. So, that's also why, there's a comment like, oh, seems Nilaus is getting pulled back to Factorio. Yes, but I know that I can always sort of get enthused about Factorio, but it's also just that sometimes I don't want to, because I want to explore other things. But right now we're in the summer vacation. There are not really that many good new games that I must play, and even if I wanted to play something, then I could play it like one day and then I'd have to sort of let it go because something else. So during the summer vacation, it's just easier for me to just load up Factorio whenever I have a day of streaming, because everyone can sort of keep up. And when it's a Megabase, then if you miss a stream or 2 or 5, then it doesn't really matter, because it's still like fucking clever getting overrun, right? So fluid Abbey bags and Red Bull ready for you. Yes. The funny thing is, like, I'm a little bit addicted to Red Bull, yes, and so is my one girlfriend. The other one is calling us Mr. and Mrs. Red Bull, which is kind of funny. So, yeah, but it doesn't really. That's not the issue. It's about the time, right? It's about if you're going out in the evening, then I can only be one place at a time, and yeah. But today we're here, and we're going to be diving in. Like last time we played the Megabase, I've actually done a little bit of stuff off camera, just tweaking some things, and I have such a long checklist of things I want to do for the Megabase. Obviously we want to Megabase it, but yeah, there was some inspiration yesterday about having some really big ships, like really big ships, and having them go really fast. And I was like, yeah, I think it's one of those things where if you have a ship that's slow, and then you don't really realize that if you speed up a little bit, you get a little bit increments, but if you speed up a lot, you get a lot more. And it's like that kind of thing where it's like, if it's really wide and it's really fast, then you can actually get a lot of stuff. Couple up the water tanks on the blue. I know. I did do that off camera because suddenly there was no steam and I didn't get it, so it was not producing any legendary blue signs. But I have fixed that off camera, so yep, thank you. Once again, I'm back with unhinged ideas. I love it. Love it. Please throw your unhinged ideas, because I'm actually, like, when I started, I was at the forefront, but a lot of people have been kept playing Factorio while I've been playing other games. So there are some who've just been way bigger and way more awesome than what I have. So I need to catch up and come back to sort of seeing what the meta is for silly mega basing. And yeah, that's going to be interesting. And yeah, I don't know. I think there's a lot of potential here. I think that the two things that I don't know how to solve is Gleba, of course, and the Prometheum signs. Those are the ones I don't know how to solve. The other ones are just brute force and figuring out some kind of balance between, are we going to do legendary, are we going to do not legendary. There's also the big question of how much are we going to do in spaceships and how much are we going to do on volcanoes. I haven't really decided that. And I really love the idea of building stuff on spaceships. Because it's weird and it's strange and it's awesome. Can we get a clever command? I don't know. we have the angry Nilaus angry. That's probably plenty of useful. It's I did upgrade also, again trying to get some peace and quiet on Gleba, and again thank you to the people who suggested last time. We now have a solid wall around our base of legendary Tesla turrets, and they work. And I have upgraded all of my artillery turrets to legendary, so they shoot further out. They don't seem to shoot out as far as they should be, but they do stuff. So yeah, that's something is happening, and that's that has helped a lot. We don't really get overrun all the time, also because now the stuff that sort of gets incidental damage is a 2,500 hit point Tesla turret instead of a 100 hit point green belt. So we lost a lot of green belts from just like a random explosion, a random bite or something. So I think that helps a lot, which means it's less destruction, more attacks. I blame Gleba. Yeah, but the thing with Gleba is, how are we going to scale up? That's the essential part. Like, I don't know. It might be one of the things I need to set up, the exporting of biters to Gleba to continue to make the overgrowth soils. But as I do that, I risk my 3 Prometheum ships, and I really don't want to risk them because I do something silly. So they're working really well right now. But now if I start mixing in a different kind of biter export, then biter egg or croissant, then it's a little bit risky. So I was going to ask if you filmed the start of the legendary materials. Sounds slightly anticlimactic. Yeah, it wasn't actually. It was just I took a save right before, and it was like, okay, and it was just nothing happened. Nothing happened. And then one of them started to, and then emptied the 10 that were in the shots, and then it was waiting, and then it shot out there again, and it was waiting, and then sort of 15 minutes later, a few attacks came in. So it was like, it wasn't really like that massive barrage that you would expect. But so I think it's because there are so many chunks, and it sort of scans each chunk, and I think artillery is not really intended to be clear out this area. It's more like suppress any biter spawns in this area, much more likely. And then yeah, so we'll let it be there, and then maybe it'll just gradually kill more over the next hours and hours, but it does something at least, so that's good. Cool. I don't know exactly what we want to start with, but yeah, massive design project could be a giant spaceship, and that would be fun to just do, or maybe it might be really frustrating, but I don't know. Another thing would be just building things on volcanoes that we need, or finding out whichever science is the most critical one and the one that runs out the fastest. That's actually green, which would mean that green science on a spaceship would be really awesome, because it's also like a really simple science. So that might be something we could use as a baseline for make it. Because I have a dream. What if we could make a spaceship that made 240 legendary science per second for each of this, for one science? Then we could actually have that spaceship and go like, that's it, we have it. But I think that's a little bit unrealistic, but it would be cool if we could. It could also just be a lower number than that, but then it'd have to be at least 40. 40 would be the absolute minimum that I'd bother to make a spaceship for, if we sort of did a new design that's different from the one we have. So I don't know. That's one thing we could consider. So yeah, but that's, maybe we could do a vote or something of what you would want to see. And let me just make sure that I get that damn mod out. There we go. Restarting. It's like on a spaceship orientation. That's a little bit nasty. Turn orbital plates. Space build. Do spaceships eat a lot of UPS, or could you just have 6 ships of 40? You could have 6 ships of 40, but then there's more things that kind of can break. And there is also something cool about, this is a spaceship, it does this, instead of going like, these 6 things together do something. So I don't know. I think that it's safer to do 6 ships, because there will be some nasty bottlenecks in terms of throughput, of like getting stuff from the grabbers onto belts and having those stacked. I mean, they can't be stacked because they're asteroids, but like that means their 60 is going to be the maximum throughput. And I don't know, I just feel like then we suddenly need like 4 different belts of mixed asteroids, and then we need to reprocess that, and it's just kind of going to be difficult, right? And that's kind of what I'm thinking, right? Will your CPU handle 1 million SPM? Yes, I have no doubt about it. With the exception of Prometheum. Prometheum is really the killer, but just don't look at it and it's fine. But I do have a problem with Prometheum, because it's really, really difficult to figure out how to calculate the SPM of Prometheum science. I have no idea. Well, I do have an idea. I can kind of see, I can time it, but since the round trip is like maybe 2-3 hours, then it's a little bit shitty thing to sit in time and just kind of go, okay, it takes this much time to go out, and then it's this much time to go back, and then when it comes back with 500,000. That takes this much time to process, and yada yada yada. Then yeah. Given the new features and capabilities that Space Age provided, what would you personally request or like to see as the next expansion set of features and design? Better spaceships. I think the spaceship thing is junk. Like, if we talk about features, then definitely make trains useful. Like, in none of the stuff that I'm talking about for the 1 million signs per minute, there's no space for trains at all. Trains don't work for megabasing. They just don't work. So that sucks. This is not something that can be done, but I would have loved if you had one planet and one space platform above the planet, and then you could have spaceships that dock at the space platform. So basically, instead of having things launch, maybe you had what's it called, space elevator, something like that, so that it makes sense to say, okay, there's one platform, and then the platform gradually expands, and then you can dock all your spaceships, but you have to make sure they dock, and then the stuff that gets docked gets sort of routed over to the elevator, and then gets dropped down. I think that would be really cool things to have as part of the design. But now it's just like, well, I just lost focus. Just go infinite scalable spaceships because there's infinite space in space. So which this thing is a little bit of a shame. That is not that the chunk upscaling on ships is not easily scalable. Maybe design square blocks all based on one legendary output that can just be copied. Not really necessary, but an idea I got when spaceship city blocks were mentioned. Yeah, I don't think that's a thing. They're so different, right? Hello, Tallman. A spaceport with space elevator concept, basically something like that. So that there would be one space platform and more spaceships. Right now the spaceships are just kind of there, which means that it's faster to do rocket launch and drop down on the same planet to get things back to base than it is to put it on a train and drive it back, which is insane. So yeah. My first trip to Aquilo, any tips on what to bring and how to land safely? Yes, but I don't remember, but you can check my... I definitely have a first trip to Aquilo YouTube video, and that is definitely going to be including 90% of what you need, and then the last thing will get there. I can't remember, but concrete, I think, is really important. Everything you need to build. So, yeah. Will you build a huge ship on Consul Shadow Plan to get enough asteroids for 240? No, that doesn't work like that. You can't... chunks are really shitty to... Prometheum chunks are really shitty to get in. So, right now, I can't keep a single... operating, and because it's even with 10 inserters shoveling chunks into a cryogenic plant, I can't get enough, and I do also need to put it back into the space, what is it called, landing, the starter pack, the hub. So that's not how I want to. I'm pretty happy with my Prometheum ships. They are really good. They work. They're consistent. They're good. They are not super optimized to have the minimum flight time, but they are incredibly good, right? Build a huge ship. Why would I go to Shattered Planet if I don't have... Like, why would I go to Shattered Planet for normal asteroids? Like, then I get a lot of Prometheum chunks that's completely useless. So no, I'm definitely not going to do that, because that would be a gigantic waste to do that. You can go towards the edge of the solar system if you want to, but I don't think there's a point to that, because then you need to also equip your farming ship with railguns, and that's just not very efficient. So I'd rather have it go lightning fast along the inner planets, because then I can make do with just lasers, and I think that's much better. Cool. I think we want to dive in. There. I mean, normal asteroids. Yeah, but if you go towards the Shattered Planet, you don't get to choose what asteroids you get. And there will be more and more of the Prometheum, so you don't really have a choice. Like, more Prometheum. So as soon as you go outside of the solar system, you're going to get Prometheum. And therefore, yeah, that doesn't work. This one is on Navis, this one is flying, and this one is on Navis, and almost empty. Yeah, 24,000. So then you leave when you get there. So this is basically how it works, and you can see this is not even fast enough to keep up. And if I got in a different way, then I wouldn't be able to have 4 inserts and outputs, and this is the absolute minimum or maximum I need here for this. So these two are keeping up, but I can't get any more in here. So, because they have to be set to override stack size 1, basically. I don't think that actually matters, because they are 1. It's going to be exactly the same, but they're going to be fast, and they're just fluffing around here. So this is as fast as it gets. And if we look at this one, Prometheum science on a 10-minute cycle. So when it produces, this is when it has biter eggs, and then it drops out, and then it gets a new batch of biter eggs. So it produces at 11K per minute. Yeah. 183. So basically, and now it stops, right? But if there's always one producing, then I'm always having 183 per second being produced. Um, and right now they were just waiting for, oh, really? That's odd. Oh, right, I understand. Because I have now over 100%. Yeah. Oh, I started a fun project, changing all of these values to legendary. And I did this one and I did that one. But then I didn't bother with the rest because, my God, it's 200 manual changes for each science. So, yeah, not happening right now. This one is surprisingly effective. I'm barely using I'm using 3,000. 3,000 robots on this, and there's no problem with charging. So this is really surprisingly good. And it runs at 210, and that means everything is running. Isn't there a combinator that can change the rarity of the input signals? Sure. What do you need that for? The lobster turning into a nice tent. Thank you. They let us take cargo out of cargo base too. Nope, that you don't want that because that would ruin spaceship design. So nope, that's definitely don't want that. You think you want it, but it would make all spaceships design even more silly than they are. I also changed the name of all my spaceships, so they now start with a biolab, so we can do that. It's green science that's lacking. Just filter and normalize the display. Ah, okay, like that. Yeah, okay, I guess you could do that. That would be too easy. But it's a one-time thing. I'll do it, and then I'll sit and do it after the stream, and then it'll be done, and that's it. Let's say auto cargo bay on planet. No, still not, because then you have invented a teleporter. And you don't want to have a teleporter, because then what would happen? You would just build this everywhere. You would just basically have a grid that was only cargo bays everywhere, because you could put it into one place and then pick it out on any other place, and then would instantly teleport. And you'd basically just, instead of having a train system, you would have a cargo bay system. So no, definitely do not want it on planets either. Maybe you do, but I don't. So, right. What would I keep? I want to keep this going. This is fine. We are up to 60, which will only give us 600 plus % here. 600% plus 100% for the productivity mode. That's 700%, and I want to get to 900%. That's my target, which may and may not get there. There. Okay. Right. So, should we try using this one? And we should actually take one of these ships here. Let's Davis we created last time, and let's kill this because this was poof. It didn't have a name. We want to make sure that it's the one for hype trains. Okay. So we're gonna give you an icon like that, and another icon. Let's use this one. Or maybe not yet. Maybe we just, well, we'll do this. Whew. So, how is this going to work? I think it would be reasonable to allow removing from a cargo bay only if going in a straight line from the inserter goes only through cargo bays directed to one side. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I understand why they didn't do that, because that sounds complicated to keep track of. They probably did it and then they started abusing it and they're like, fuck, we need to do something else. The same with the multiple landing bays as well. Let's get some of this. Sometimes you see something and then it dawns on you that you've been doing something wrong for a while, for a long time. Now, first of all, I don't like having this not centered, so I'm going to keep this as centered, and even though it might not be a good idea, then I just like to have this centered. This is by no means the size, it's just to get some kind of spaceship going. Ooh, could we do sugar tile? Yeah, we do that. Let's get it chunk based. Chunky. Good. So that's a good place to start. The good old square block. And then we need like a million different things to get in here. Let's get that one out. Funny how it seems to be like around that corner that it diamond tiles around. A science cargo where you can take science out, but not. You can make it as a you can make it as a mod, but it doesn't belong in the base game. Larger area around the cargo bay where you can pick up 2020. So yeah. Are you planning on making standard spaceship in the masterclass, or are you showing the general gist and letting us invent something? I'm gonna make standardized spaceship because that's the idea of that's the idea of the masterclass, is to say here's a template, and whether you want to go like, no, I don't want a dick shape, I want a boob shape, then you do that. But then that's kind of I just provide the templates, and then you can optimize it for whatever parameters you see fit. But if I'm just gonna be like, well, you need some power, you need some defense, happy, then I don't really feel that's a masterclass, at least along the lines of what I'm doing, or how I'm doing it. Actually, I don't need this one because they'll get this. Maybe we want 1,000 more, just so that we can always just build a little bit more. Right. I think we want to start by making the thrust system. And I like this thruster system. I mean, why wouldn't I? It's awesome. Hey, Foul Keats, thank you for gifting 5 tier 3 subs. Whoa, that's a present. Thank you so much for that kind of start. Where's my spaceship? I made a new spaceship. Where is it? Oh, it's there. Aha. Yeah, it's pricey. It is, but it's also like, cannot build in space. Of course I can build in space. It's kind of the whole point of building in space. It really doesn't want me to go further down. Like, I can't go further down than this. That's so weird. Worst part about Space Age is the ding 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 music of working in space. God, that's frustrating, this one. Okay, so basically, if you're sitting on some subs or some resub, then now is a really good time, because there's already been put 25 subs into the pool. So if you want to join in on that, then now's a good time. This one, I really want to take that out.
Tales of our endeavors proliferate.
Hey, Gareth, thank you for the 75 months. And Benjamin, thank you for 5 gift subs. All right, 2 more events, and then we start a train. I'm going to keep showing the grid status, and I'm going to just put that here.
A kind gesture.
Can I build an uncharted area? Sure I can. Good. So
A new
this is
subscriber arrives.
something.
Fills you with determination.
There we go. We'll keep it like this for now. Yep. And Silver Cecil with the 200 bits. And Mr. Pixels, thank you for the Prime. Okay, look at that. Old Faithful, absolutely. Already level 2. There. So, do I like this? Yeah, I do like it, but it's... Yeah.
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
Let me check one of these ships here. That is like this, and the other one is now the opposite. Hey, and Ernbrand, thank you for the 18 months, and Yannick, thank you for the 62 months. Sweet. Yeah, it's basically the same size as this one. I think this one's also chunk-based. Do it in the debug here. Yes, this is chunk-based, so it's basically the same size now as that ship, but this is a long ship, and the other one will be a wide ship. Good. Davis. Okay. I wonder who won the most level 5 in the Bartek or Silver Season. Actually, yeah, Silver Season might actually be the leader on that. So this one starts here. Is that good or is it... No, because then this is not the right way. Damn, it should be on debug. Then it should show the lines. Why does it not show tile grid? Show tile grid. Huh. Yeah, this music is fucking annoying. Was it like this? I guess. And this one goes here. And this one goes here. So this is one way, and this is kind of the way I want. I'm imagining it. Ooh, Tom, wait, we are hype. Are we hyped again? Yes, but we're kind of stalling out on the hype. So no, it's always there. Left is one too low. Then I have to go back here and look at that tile grid. No, it's fine. It's fine. It was just the copy paste thing. It's fine. So, right. Off we go. Okay, so 1 minute and 20 seconds in order for us to go. We are already on a level 2, so we're making good progress. Yeah, output pipe. There's definitely some output pipe shenanigans here. Not output pipe, but some kind of pipes here. There you go. So, is this working? You're gonna get from this side. Yeah, okay. So basically, I need to fill in here and here and here and here. When I get those points in, then I get everything. 60 seconds left. 12 subs to get to level 3. Can we get to level 3? That would be nice. Yeah, so this is very limited where we went. And Fransush, thank you for the 5 months. Yeah. All right, 20, 40 seconds. Missed something. Megabase. What about Masterclass? Masterclass is not today. All right, I'm gonna see this this train just run out if we don't get it. There's 11 subs to get to keep it alive. With Foul Geek just starting up with basically 25 close enough. Awesome, thank you. I did put a lot of effort into it. No, we're not gonna make it today. Oh well. Right. I think this is kind of fine. I also think this might be a little bit too much space. And level 2 hype train. Thank you. This is too wide, I think. I think this part here is too big. Yeah. That's not working, is it? It can get into some unresolved problems, this one. Whatever. It'll maybe solve itself. Okay, we're gonna keep this up for a bit. Now, I want to make sure, actually what I want to do is I want to establish it so that it doesn't do anything except move, collect, and power. So basically, so we can do a speed test. I think that's the best thing we want to do first, is do a speed test for this. And that means we need to build some kind of perimeter up here that we need, and that means a lot of stuff has to come in. That means let's get some of these, and let's get some collectors as well. Yeah, and then also get some of these. And thrusters, we got all that. Good. So what would be the design we want? Definitely this goes... How close do we want these? Do we want them this close? I mean, this is a really sexy setup. I think it'll definitely have a lot of thrust. Let's see how that scales. Ooh, it doesn't. What if we did like this? I don't think I can get it in a way that is tileable here. Yeah, masterclasses is on Sundays generally. Masterclasses is once a week. I'll say it like that. That's repeatable. And dense. Now you played it for so long. How am I enjoying? Very much. I'm enjoying it very much. I think there's a lot of cool things about it. I think there's also some missed opportunities that now that it's been around for a long time, then we're kind of seeing, oh, that would have been nice to have. Okay, I'm gonna copy a design here, and I hate it, but it's good idea. This one will get... And for ketone. Yeah. Okay, so when we want to build these designs, when we want to build something like this, it always ends up like, okay, and then you have to build like this, so they get maximum synergy thingy, and here, and something, and then I get like something, and something out here, and something there, and something in here, and something in there, or I don't know, something like this. And then maybe even this one could work, and you can also get something here. Not that one, but we could do something like this. Like it always ends up with a mess like this. And what do we get from this? Okay, I knew this wasn't going to correct itself. I don't know how it doesn't. It's weird that this one won't. Oh, right, because if it builds this, it has an enclosed area. Right, okay. Then this one gradually gets built. But it only gets to there because this one's still problematic. Now we can start going backwards here. Slowly, slowly, slowly. I wish there was a big update from DSP. There will be one. There will be. That one? Oh, but I don't want to build all of that crap out there. Can I just build the stuff that I can build? Right. And this one just very slowly goes like, can I remove this? Can I remove this? Can I remove this? It's also weird how it creates these fractal patterns. All right, anyway, so about this one. This sucks to have on a spaceship because it's really difficult to actually feed all of these. And then what is the benefit of it? Like, if I... Like, it's to get the neighborhood bonus, but what do we get from the neighborhood bonus? Like, what is the upside of a neighborhood bonus? It is that each place produces more power, which is nice, but more of them also produce more power. It's not like it gets free power because it just increases the consumption and then increases the inputs and outputs on the same ratio. So it's not like a productivity gain where we get same input, more output. It's just, if we have neighborhood bonus, we get twice the input, twice the output. All right. So we really don't win much from this. Let me see. Is anything inbound? Not really. But so why don't we just do this part? This is making, I don't know how much, 100 megawatt, and these ones can do 50 megawatt each. Awesome. But the problem becomes when I do this, because now, oh no, I got a neighborhood bonus, so now these are double as productive. That means I need twice as much. Then I'm inclined to do this, or I could just be like, fuck it, it just produces slower. It just needs more space, which means that I could just do this, and that means I'm woefully underscaling this part. But the upside is that is a really simple design. So this one, if I could get all of these, the generators associated with it, each of these produce 125, and each one's are producing 250 each. So then it would be this one is 500. This one is 750, 750, and 500. So that's a lot. But actually, what this one is, it's only 8 times 125. So this is 1 gigawatt of power. So I'm losing a lot. Or I don't really feel like I'm losing it because it's still here. Right? I'm just basically using more space and more of these expensive machines. I could also do this. That's crazy, right? Yeah. How does Fusion? Exactly the same. Just how many ports are connected to the other. Yes, they have to be oh, right. That's actually not true. It's like this, right? Or are these also neighborhood bonus? Ugh. Or is it only when they connect through? No, it is. This should still be neighborhood bonus. Is there a way to see the neighborhood bonus? Because the beauty of this is, sure, it takes a lot more space, but it's also just like crazy easy to scale up. Just build more of it, or even just flip it and then build it on the other side as well. That's the thing, and that means we only need like a 1 belt outbound, and then it's all gonna be fine. I'm not in creative mode. And then we need a U. Yeah. Oh, that's actually gonna be right there. Which is just the cooling. Because the reason why this is a good idea is because look how freaking simple the design gets. That is incredibly simple design suddenly. And that's something I like. And this will then be 1 gigawatt of power. While if we look at these ships, then this is actually also a nice build, but it also just kind of propagates out. This is, how much power is that? Three and a half. And this takes up a more sort of significant chunk, and it actually has to take like a rather prominent space, because it has to be relatively close. It doesn't actually have to be close. That might actually be a mistake on my part. It doesn't actually have to be close. So maybe this design is also pretty good now that I think of it, because yeah, you know, this is a better design. This is a really good design actually. Someone really knew what they were doing when they built this. Because this was a way to solve a problem easily, and I can also just do this part, and then it is already solved. All I need is love. That's all we need. Let's see. Alright, it's supposed to come in here. But I am kind of inclined to say, what if it comes in from this side? Like this. Let's get all this inbound, and then good. This, and flip it, and now we can just basically build it wherever we want, and just go, hey, as long as we just get that power pole out, then that's fine. So let's do that. Use filter, and that will be fusion power. And you know what we're missing? We're missing, of course, some solar panels, because it isn't starting yet without solar panels. 7 there. There you go. That's 50. That should get it started. And the fluoroketone goes in here. Distinctly less crispy. Thank you. On a 2 reactor, you can have 4 generators lined and 2 of them side rotated. Let me understand that. Okay. Here, and then you mean like this? Is this what you mean? But how does that scale? It doesn't tile very well. That's the problem, is that it doesn't scale. It does? I don't get it. You mean... like this? Oh, that's disgusting. Yeah, so this one I can't get stuff inbound now. That's the problem. But hold on, this doesn't work. Because this one isn't outputting anything. So this one here, if I flip it, like that works. Because they each sort of have their own thing. What's in chat? If you have a screenshot and share it in stream chat, that would be lovely. The problem with this one is that it doesn't get inbound here. Then I don't have any inbounds. Yeah, I don't understand. I don't understand how this can be tileable. Right, they need to be next to each other, otherwise there's nothing there. So if I flip it like this, then I could kind of see it, but then I don't have a way to get stuff inbound anymore. I could also flip it like this. That would kind of make it more of a clump, but then I definitely don't have anywhere inbound. Every 2 reactors share a set. Oh no, that just inspired me to think of something like this, but I don't think that's what you meant. No, it doesn't work. I don't understand. Trying to find how to share a picture. In Discord, it's just literally just post, take a screenshot and then just paste it in stream chat, and then it's there. I hate that I'm sitting here waiting for something, and when I see it, then I'm seeing it, I'm like, oh my god, that's so typical. Yeah. But I really don't know how this would work. Because this one needs its own output. And that would be... No, it doesn't work. And then if this one was on the other side, I mean, that's just fine, but then it doesn't tile, because then it just means that I've just built a junk build like this, right? So nothing with this one. This doesn't give us anything. And I don't want to build, if I'm building like a flower or whatever, then I'm gonna build this one. And if I'm not building this one, then I'm gonna have to do something easy. So yeah, I don't know. This one works fine, and we got this one fine. This one works fine. Fluoroketone works. There. So that's now here. Why is it not coming in? That kind of sucks. Why are you not coming in? That means we need to find Timbo. It's always Timbo. You. Where are you? Why are you? Do you have what you need? Yes, you got it. All right, then fly to there. Just fly to Navis, drop it off, move on. Discording in the content intro, and just do a Discord command here. Not what I wanted. That one, and let's get this ship pinned so we can find it again. I'm gonna have to babysit this one so that it actually gets there, and I check that it drops things off. Why does it not drop off more? Because some idiot decided that we shouldn't be requesting much here. Why? This might be a little bit difficult to find. These don't need to be here. This one should be 4. And this one should be 28. And by 20 I mean 30 because that's a nice number. There you go. There they come. Nope, that was something else. Five on the way. Available on planet. Did it already leave? It already left. You have no patience, Timbo. No patience at all. Do that. And that. But building your spaceship on Volcanus does not destroy your ship. It just needs a stack of repair packs. Yes. But I'm bringing everything back to Navis for the shipyarding, so it's kind of where I defaulted. So that might be for really big ships like this one. It might be a disadvantage, but we'll get it. Right, because I already had joined. Going back to hiding suddenly. All right, never mind. But thank you Izzy for saying it, so I don't have to go check to see if there is a problem, and because now I know there was no problem. So good. Right, this one is what we're gonna do right now. I want some power. I want some thrusts. So we're gonna build some thrust. Basically, we're looking at building like more of a template ship. And then basically expanding that template. There. Then that we have something up front. That's going to be fine. We are going to need some kind of build for this. And I already hate the fact that I built it there because that's not where I want it. Because then I can't... Well, maybe I can. I'm going to use this one, even though I don't think that's the right move in this kind of build. But let's get it going first. Let's take something from this one. I think we have a pretty good build down here. Yeah. Mm-hmm. This is part of the Prometheum level. This is a ammo belt. What? No, it's here. So this is the true belt, right? This one's built here so it doesn't intersect. Great. All this is done. Huh? This. So we're getting things in, and Okay, oh, right, this is a junk outbound. Okay, cool. Unfortunately, let's just use this one. I can live with a bad build for now. Just needs something to float around here. Is this part of masterclass? Nope. Screenshots on Discord. Thank you. All right. We're also ready to take a break. Stream chat. Let's see if I can figure that out. Oh, there's a lot of interesting designs here. Oh, but that's not what I want. That's not tileable. That's just like a small design. Okay, let me just... But that... I already got that one. Like... That... Okay. Okay, so... I don't feel stupid. That's at least something. This is the design. Basically. And then I'm like, yeah, okay, but what I didn't get was... How would this be infinitely tileable? But it wasn't. This was just being like, this is a build. That's fine, but I need something that is scalable bigger than that. Something that was infinitely scalable. I thought there was some way of doing like, and then having all of these, having some kind of thing out here. Because this works, it just can't be bigger than this. And this one is capped at 14 times whatever that is. So it's a lot less. Anyway, that it makes sense now. So here we have some kind of build. We need the gathering thing. Wonder where that's located. Like where the small controls located for this one. Hello, Random Max. Here's the essential control that controls everything. So let's figure out what that does. Okay, and these are not here yet. That's definitely too much for this one. Might even be too much still. What is coming in here? Wonder what that signal is like. What is the signal we're getting in here? We're getting the green signal in. If the green signal is less than that signal, but what is that green signal? Or maybe I'm just using that signal for displays or something. Measuring the belt is on the green line. Ah, right. Okay, so the green line is how much we have on the belt. The radar is... Okay, so the radar was actually only tracking what was coming in because I couldn't track that with just a single line. So I don't need this one. This one's just here. Good. That should be fine. Hold, and that just tells everything. And... Why? Oh, green means that I have enough. Right, okay, okay. Is this the early game? Early game? No, it's not early game. Everything is legendary, so no, not early game. Wouldn't it be cool if there was a way that I could put this in on both sides? Oh, right, now I understand what I also need the radar for. I need the output signal here, in here, so that I can draw that up here. And have you go in. And they all need to be set filter. Good. That will be set from this. Is there any way that I can have this output on both sides? I'm thinking like something like this. But that, then it would have to be... That is technically getting everything in on both sides always, right? Oh, yeah. Except that has to be this one. Oh, crap. Nope, doesn't work, because as soon as I put one of these in, it destroys the throughput. Damn. So that's not working. So there has to be another way of doing it. Right hand side in the direction of travel? Sure. That's actually working. Ship that is 3,000 wide and doesn't need more than 2 generators. Oh. Okay. Well, this is, I don't know, this feels a little bit stupid, but not a lot, not very stupid. Good. I think that's a pretty simple way of self-balancing. If it's stupid and it works, it's still stupid. That's a very big misconception. Like, of course it's still stupid, even if it works. I also think that now it makes more sense that this is going one up, because then the whole thing here could be moved one up, and then it'll look a little bit nicer. Then there's less dead space here. Unless, of course, I want to say, you know what, this just gives me the leeway and the enable me to do this, which I probably need, to be honest. I don't know, but if we're going to be moving fast, then that might be necessary. Okay. So I got shooties. A right inserter can't output due to the underground. Really? Ah, yeah, that's true. That has to be done like this. It's less nice. That looks better. It's not better, but it looks better. least that's easy. Right, that works, right? And then they will be picking up everything that is. Are you doing anything? Oh yeah, these need to be taken out somewhere. Would be lovely if I could actually just funnel them down here and just eject ice right between the this. That would be lovely. Let's try that. I don't know, it might be a little bit over ambitious for something that's completely irrelevant, but yeah, it works. Nice. There, ejecting ice right there. Unfortunately, you might be not agreeing with it. And you can go ahead on here. Yeah. Bothers me a little bit that the ice doesn't go in here. Where's the water? Why do we not have water storage on this design? Good. We got something. We got something. It should be able to fly now. These are here. What are they? They are disabled with control behavior. Ugh, that means we need to do a control behavior. Okay. So I'm going to take a save. Then we'll be back. And then we'll get the ships sailing. What's the radar for? Transferring circuit signals from here, for example. So I need to do something on the red wire to tell whether it's moving or not, and that's something we have over here. I think this is this one. This is just returning a check mark to see thrust yes, no, depending on where we are in the system and how much we. No, actually, not only about sort of what's our explosive rocket stockpile. If it's as it gets lower, we slow down in order to pick up the speed. So, or slow down to sort of build up our reserve so it doesn't get in trouble. It's kind of a self-correction thing. Let me get this annoying tile out. Good. Be back in 2 minutes. See you in a bit. Oop. Go. We are back. Alright, this is always nice to look at. I mean, this is always nice. You're just barely getting out here. You're out here where it is, in the thick of it. And Magmarel is back home. We still have 250,000 left. This one is only 13,000. And Barthak has accumulated 460,000 and is heading back, actually. So, okay. Love this. Love this. They work so well, these ships. So, anyway, we are going to be doing a... the problem with this is that if I want to fly fast, this is not even going to cut it, right? This is the problem. This is not even gonna cut it in terms of flying fast. And this one is there. Yeah, so these two push out that way, but they, which means it goes down there and down that one. And this one flows that way. Good. Whew. It's a huge, weird, symmetrical thingy. So now I need to set up that it's flying. Oh, it's with this one that should be the same length. Okay. So let's see. How do I determine the speed? What do I want the speed to be? Maybe I just want... Okay, you are reading the velocity, speed. So that comes out on the, I don't know, let's just say in the green. And we're having the value v. If v is less than m, that's the max speed, then send a check mark on the red wire back here. Good. And then we just need an m value here. M is, let's set it to 400 and see if that works. And that goes in here. And then instantly it starts pushing out. Good. Right, so let's do some Navis, and we're going to be circuit conditions, volcanoes. Nope, don't unload. Let's do that one. And then it stops thrusting now. Yeah, it balances out around 60. Yeah, 400. Good. Okay, so let's not do this. Let's okay, first thing we do with the maiden voyage is just to see if we can get back and forth safely and see if we get a nice amount of chunks inbound. And they're busy. They are definitely busy, and it looks like it gets really evenly spread on both sides, which is nice. To not use V in the Discord chat if you're interested, at least it uses a timer to enable pumps only. I know about the timer. The problem with the timer is that you set the timer and then you like, okay, this is 30% active. And then you don't know based on your ship. You have to figure out what 30% active, what that actually means. And then you change the ship size or weight or something, and then you have to sort of adjust it. And I just find it a little bit clunky. It is more efficient, yes, because it writes in a certain cadence, so there's something that we can do later on. Right now, I want to make sure that it doesn't go too fast. And now we're already back, right? Yeah. Okay, so let's get some more locations here so it actually goes on a little bit. So that looks fine. What if we do an unlimited speed? And then see if it runs out. It probably does. I would be surprised if it doesn't run out. And let's see how fast this ship can go. Because I mean, if I double the or triple the width, for example, what will then happen? Yeah, so it doesn't actually get much faster than this. And this is also decreasing, or it's holding steady, but it doesn't go faster than 450, which isn't much. Don't wide ships typically go slower? Yes, but wide ships also have room for more thrusters, and thrusters scale faster than the width of the ship, the air resistance. So a slim ship with one or with 3 thrusters is still slower than a wide ship full of thrusters, as long as you can keep all the thrusters going. But now I'm kind of feeling that something is lacking here. No? They're holding their own for some reason. I don't know how they are. Why is the consumption not maxed out? That's weird. These are not maxed out either. Yeah, surface air, yeah, air resistance is weird, but that's just the way it is. Okay, so can someone explain to me why it is not working? Like, there's definitely something here. So why is it not getting... Like, why is this only thrusting at 1800 instead of 3000 when there's clearly enough? Because it has somehow found a balance, and that balance is 423 kilometers per second. So why? Why? Yeah, air resistance space, yeah, it's stupid. But it's to prevent excessively wide ships, I guess. This is something I don't understand. Pump speed is 3000. This can pump at 3000, but it's not pumping at 3000. It's pumping at 1800. And I think, and this is something that would be weird if it's the case, that it's trying to balance the percentage fill rate on this side with the percentage fill rate on the other side. Or maybe, I don't know. I don't understand it. Maybe it can't pump at full speed if the input here is not at full speed. Because clearly we're not actually providing, or we're not producing enough to actually get it going. This one though, I'll put you somewhere else. Pump, re-pump. Nope, it's not going to make a difference with 3 pumps. I think it's because it cannot get enough if this network on that side here is, let's say 20% full, then this can't pump at maximum speed. That's something like that. Oh, we're actually running out of that science. Weird. Really? You should be working on it, but you're just not producing it fast enough. You're heading out. You're heading back. You're staying put, producing at 280 per second, which is not enough. Does the Y split to 2 pumps half your volume? That's not how it works. The volume is the same in every entity in the same network. And networks are split by pumps. But it was quite clear that it lowered as it... If I send it out on another trip, then we can see that this is probably pumping. It pumps faster. And then as... You can see how much... You can see the stuff... There we go. Now it fell down. So I think that it cannot pump at maximum speed if the network that it's pumping from is lower. So you can see it's about 30% full. And when it's 30% full, it can't go apparently higher than, what is this, 60% capacity. Weird. And if I do one more, let's do one more and see how that works. Then they're just getting a lower number each. So it's not going to get more out of it. Yeah, 3 times 1200 before it was 2 times 1800. You don't need pumps. I absolutely need pumps. Well, I mean, if I wanted to go as fast as possible always, then I don't need pumps. But I do want pumps now for control. But the fact of the matter is that this one is holding steady at this point. So even if the pumps were working at full speed, then all I would get would be would just be that it runs out and then it stutters because I'm not producing enough to keep it flowing. So the question is, should I, or how should I get it to produce more? I think the right answer to this is actually taking it away from this kind of thing and just doing some kind of holistic. I'm gonna use that word, holistic. I've watched a lot of Dirk Gently, so yes, holistic is a word that is being used more often than not right now. Yeah, so more of a holistic approach, where there's one place that makes a lot of fuel. What would that be like? Let's see, how many thrusters do we have? We have 30 thrusters. And that is 9,000. 30 times 300 each is 9,000. Right, the maximum is 300, yes. So we need to produce 9,000 of each. And what is this one producing? If it was working all the time, it could produce it. Storage tank is not going to be a thing, because more storage tank doesn't do anything. Storage tank doesn't increase. If I'm producing less than I'm consuming, no amount of storage tanks are going to do anything. They just going to be empty. You can't fix production with storage. You can fix fluctuations in with buffers, but there is no fluctuation. There shouldn't be much fluctuation. This one though, where are we at? 14,000. Oh, this is 8.5. Remember, the 12,000 is the maximum you can get out of any entity, or 6,000 is out of each one of these. And water, how much water? Not much. Okay, so it's not, water is not a problem here. Okay, what if we do it like the silly way? The old school way. How fast would that be? 14,000. So that's too fast, because 12 is the maximum. Now, that's an option, but I don't really like this. On the other hand, look at how little is actually coming inbound. That's crazy. I'm just thinking, right? This is producing 476. That's enough. And the other one, unfortunately, is a lot more annoying, because that's the one that has to be this one. It's the only way to get calcite. Has this effect on speed of ship compared to adding 20 tiles width? Yes. Why are these not coming in? Really? Okay. We might want a few more of these. Ooh, by doing this, they actually get hit by a lot more. Juicy. But then I can't use both outputs. This is a problem for that one. But this is still 52. I need 4 point something. Okay, so this doesn't, these don't need to be here. They actually should not be there at all. They should just be coming in as a belt like this. That's a mixed belt, right? And then That's the other one. And then I also need another one for water. Don't need to be this wide apart, but it's kind of 1.5, definitely enough for these two. Like, okay, but that's kind of shit what I just did here, because that can't go in to any of these. Ooh. Ah, so close. What if you're in the middle? The problem with this is lack of storage. Can the water one manage on only 4 beacons to one side? Probably can. Oh, so close to the maximum. So close to maximum. Perfect. Right now I don't mind that it takes a little bit more space here. But it would be nice if this one could sort of fit in just where it's needed, right? Like this, for example. Now suddenly it got a lot smaller. Still working the same way? Yeah, still the same. Good. So now I want something inbound. So what is it I want inbound? Let's try to see if I can get this. So you are going to get ice cubes out here. Cubes. There. Oh, we don't have this. And then I'm going to get these two. They're going to be getting the calcite. Now this is affected, and then if I place the other one here and here, they will also be affected by at least one beacon. If I place them here, they'll be affected by 2 beacons. That means super fast. And this one will go you. That is carbon. That one will be there. If I do this, still affects the same. They're definitely fast enough. Then I can just get this one hooked up to the line here. My productivity module are maxed out. I'm maxed out with the productivity modules, but not without. So now I'm at 150. So that's why I'm using productivity modules. And yes, that is one of those where I kind of be like, should I just get just 37 million for this one? But I need 5 of these research levels. So if I'm looking at 37 million for this one, you know, I'd rather put those 37 million into this one here, because this gets us something more valuable. But you're right, I should get it. It's just I'm not there yet. But I really like this design. It is, however, important that they must be going out. Oh, not this one. Like this. I can't put it in directly into a box, but I can put it into a box like this. Call it a box, but whatever. Wonder if we could squeeze it more, because I don't need as much on. Kind of thinking. That affects. This one does not affect. And if I bring it. Too low. I need another one. One more beacon on this one. Oh, now this one's not connected. There we go. I'm just kind of thinking if we can get this inbound. These beacons are affecting both, and then I'm like, why am I not just doing like that then? But this would be just as fine. Don't even know this thing here is necessary. Now it's at 11.9, so that's a thing. Now we don't have any storage for this, but I don't know. Again, like this could also be even closer, couldn't it? We also lost a little bit up here in terms of this one. Now that's affected again. $450. So if this is 1.1, that's actually fine. Like, do we like this design? I like it. The only problem with this is no storage. Loading for the fuel, maybe left for blue stuff and right for red stuff. What? You can link The right pipe to the left storage. No, but this is the template, so I'm gonna have the other one model it as well if I decide that this is what I want. Then all this just disappears. I mean, I think this is nicer, and it's still fully supported, right? Mm-hmm. Hmm. It saves a little bit on beacons, but that's not that it really matters much, but it's also more compact. But the only issue is that it doesn't have any water storage. It does have water storage, like this belt is water storage. And it's stacked belt, so whether I store it as ice or as here, it shouldn't really matter. Let's try this. Do you get enough ice in? I might actually get too much ice in. That's another question we'll have to address. This one. Now I'm doing this both ways so that I can always output, even maybe out here, one of these sides gets stuck, and then I can take the other one. There, and that one is the same. It's a little bit overzealous maybe, but then I need to do inbounds, inbounds, and inbounds. Yeah. Done. The central processor also horizontally asked my perfection. What? No, if I do that horizontally, then it's no longer close enough to this belt. Then I need to use long inserters, and I don't want to do that. I could, but I don't want to. That's why. I would have preferred it being horizontal as well. I mean, yeah, the same way as the other ones, because now it's a little bit asymmetric. Cool. Now what? How are we gonna get this down here? It's a really cool build, by the way. I could bring it down. Nope. And of course it's the wrong way around, because of course it is. Max distance? Yeah, max distance. Perfect. Okay, so let me take this one and let me take all of this one and then flip it horizontally. No. Let me one more time take all of this one flip it horizontally, and place it again. There. Whoa! How did that happen? Oh. How did that happen? There you go. Really? Problem with this is that now you're no longer getting in here. Okay, I'm gonna take this out. Okay, I'm gonna be copy. There, done. Now it's somewhere in my buffer, and then I'm gonna kill all of this. It's actually really neat. Let me build that on the other side as well. Ah, someone build some crap on my location where I'm supposed to build this. Damn it. Damn it. Alright. And you. Done. That should get reestablished. Whoa, so the stuff we deleted from the belts just disappeared. That sucks. I thought it would go back to this location. Oh well, it's gone now. And then I need to do... Oh, that's so close to being another disaster. Just trying to make it go faster. Painted red. Okay, so this is the... Huh. That's actually the opposite of what I wanted. I want you to be directly in. Yep. And I wanted the other one to be going here. Like that. Hello, thank you. Fusion bot disappeared, yeah. But it's working now. And we got enough power. And everything's happy. And this one is chugging. We do have the issue of what if the balance is just not right? Like, this might run out of water faster than, like right now we don't have any way of balancing things out. Like, what if we have too much ice? What if we have not enough ice? We should be able to see the balance between how much, like, for each... Okay, for each calcite, we need 100 water, right? That's the ratio here. And the same here. 1 calcite, 100 water. Okay, so the question is, 1 For each calcite we produce here, we produce 1.5 times as much ice. Is that how it is? Yeah, 1.5 times as much ice. Okay. So we're gonna need 2 calcite, 1 for each. That would mean that I need 200 water. The 2 calcite will generate 3 ice. 3 ice goes in, and 3 ice becomes 60 water plus productivity. Productivity is 75. 60 times 1.75 is 105. I needed 205. Fuck! Okay, so we're actually getting... We don't have enough ice in this build. You'll turn left in circles. Hopefully not. So we actually need a dedicated ice maker to also go in here. Oh, I can't cope with that right now. That sucks. So either I throw away... Yeah, throw away excess calcite is something I don't like, because calcite is more precious than ice. Ice is easy to make, so I could just get like a ice maker over here. Like that one is easy to get ice here. The question is then, how would I get this? How would I get this ice into there or here in a good way? Does this help? No, not really. I'm just trying to see if this is... Monitor belt. Only when it's less than 50. So this will only be there for topping up. Because right now we've overfilled it. Funny how there's like a giant stop and then it comes in a huge batch. That must be because we actually have enough, or what? No, we don't have enough. It's kind of the opposite. Okay, so this kind of works, but it just went from really beautiful to dying to just utter shit. Like, this is definitely fast enough. It's producing a silly amount, but it should not be working all the time. Put the central ice inserter one right so it can go on the other side. Yes. I think that's a good idea. I'm still gonna be... Oh, no, it doesn't work now. Because now this one isn't measuring that belt up here. It's only measuring this one. And this should be empty, so that's not really a good idea. Yep. I need to block it instead. I need to prevent it from going in. Cool. Alright, let's thrust. Oh yeah, they can't be rotated, even though it would be the same. Okay, so I'm gonna push this in one side, and this on the other side. It should be producing enough. On the left side, the production is swapped. That one. It's correct. Because the one that's on the outside is the one that goes on the outside. The one that goes on the inside is the one that goes on the inside. Right? That's how it works. That's the intention. Oh, carbon is going with iron. Oh, right. Okay, that's the... Right. Okay, so that was the part. Oh, right. Okay. Let's do this. Just to clean out the belts. You're not getting anything? Hmm? Ah, right. Okay, these are also mixed. Thank you. This is full. Okay, I think we're ready to let it go. Is it working over here? Yeah, it's fine. Alright, let's go around and see how fast it goes. It should be now working at maximum thrust, and we should still maintain the maximum thrust always. Fuel radius 300 by 300, so that's good. Everywhere is 300, so this is the max speed that this ship can get. Funny how it can't go more than 450. Huh. But my inserters can't keep up. Why are they so slow? Oh, right, they can keep up. It's just that they don't. They've been told not to keep up here. And now we go back to this annoying music, so-called music. There you go. So now let's see if when they actually want to get all of it, can they grab everything before it comes in? They're busy. Okay, and then they stop picking up the one part. I love this way actually. This is such a nice way of merging in on the belts. But I don't know how people are getting their ships to fly faster than this, because this is like maximum thrust I can get here. What? Set a hotkey to skip to the next actor. Is there hotkeys for music? Really? I learned something new. Controls. Music. Play the next. What would be a good thing that isn't used for anything else in this? I don't know. What it could be like? What could it be like? I have no idea. Is F7 used for something? Shouldn't it warn me if it's set to something else? I mean, my keyboard says it's play next track. Ah, it works. Hotkey works. Alt F4 is my favorite combo. Thank you. I'll put it to good use. Yeah, we're still complaining about that one, even though we have Barthak sitting here. Come on. Get some Oh, that means Balnagari is also sitting here. No? Really? Why do you only get such a small amount? Ah, it's not working again. I know why. Sadness. Okay, so now we have a spaceship. I'm not going to be extending the thrusters further than the platform because it doesn't make sense. This is the most important, catching everything. Also, if I did, then something could fly by and just crash into my ship. So I would make the whole ship wider, yes, but I wouldn't make a yeah. But I think this is a good one. It makes 12,000 for each, which is exactly the maximum. So having 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of these is fine. This is a good build. It's a module because that means we can actually apply it everywhere else if we want it. And it's a very small and compact one, and it gets the job done very well. Good. It also collects quite a lot. So now the question becomes, after the break, of course, how are we going to do the reprocessing? Basically, this part here. Let's actually take the good one. This one here. How are we going to do this in a meaningful way? I don't know. We'll find out. Good. So I'm going to be taking a short break. We'll just save 39. It's too bad about that start of the hype chain. It was showed good promise. Maybe later. Be back in 2 minutes. And welcome back. Okay, we are gonna need some of these. And we're gonna need some of these. Good, let's get that in. And we're also gonna need there. Let's get that inbound. Right. So what I need to do is to say this will be let's see, 2.5 times what? Give you some productivity modules. There we go, we got it. Nice. Okay, This one has 12.4 chance of quality upcycling. And it has a yield of... That doesn't change. So the yield is 80%. So we basically say 100 goes in, 80 goes out. Out of those 80, 12.4% are quality. Because I want to figure out how many normals, uncommons, rares, epics, legendaries I need. Legendaries don't really. So that I get the ratio correct. Because if we're going to build this in bigger scale, I don't want to hit like this where I have no clue what the ratio is and I'm just whatever. So I want to figure out if we say, okay, let's have 10 of these. So this, if we say that they were working at speed 1, so they were, when 1 in, there would be 80% out. And, okay, so this is, I know they're going to be different qualities, different parts, but 0.12 times 0.8 times 10 times 0.124. That should be how much quality I have. So that means I get one that is upcycled 1 level out of this. And it also means that the majority goes back. Huh. So in order to consume, let's imagine that this belt actually gets filled up and becomes 60 per second. It gets incredibly difficult to consume all of this because as you consume it, you're returning 80%. That means it's only 20% of this consumption that's actually consuming this. So you need 5 times as much as you would think. So for example, in order for us to consume a full belt, how many of these would I need? They're consuming 0.12 each, but only 20% is actually consumed. The rest is going back. It would be divided by 0.4, but then multiplied by 5. No, that is actually correct. So it's only consuming 0.22. So I now need to say 60 divided by 0.22. That's... Good night, dude in the park. Thank you for joining. Whew, next stream will be Sunday. Do I need 272 to consume a full belt? Wow. I mean, it doesn't really surprise me, to be honest. It does surprise me. It's still a lot. But they're only actually consuming 0.22 each. So, you know, that is not much. Hmm. One time. 2.25. It's actually 2.25, not 2.2. 2.25. Divided by 0.2. Multiplied by 0.2. 2. Damn. There. 0.45. What? Yeah, okay. Is there no asteroid productivity? No, not on this recipe. That would be insane, because then you would invent them out of nothing. So this thing, yeah, it is... I wish I could copy this part here, because that's 2.25 divided by 2 second craft times, multiplied by only 20% it gets actually consumed. That's this part. And then I would take 60 divided by that. 266. Okay. That is absolutely ridiculous. So let's imagine that we have 266 of these. How much would actually be if I have 266.6 times? Can you beacon it? Yes, but then I destroy my productivity or my quality, so I'm not going to do that. I could, but I don't want to, because then it'll have a lower yield of quality. So don't want to do that. Right. I want to try to sort of go with the calculation through and see what if I consumed a full belt of asteroids, of various asteroids. How much would I get? Yeah, higher yield per machine space. Yes, that's true, but I'm not really there yet. I know it's an option. You've taught me that, but let's not go there yet. All right, so each of these are producing. Each of this is 1.12 times 0.8. That's how many outputs that it generates. And out of this, 0.124 is quality. That means I get 29 quality output. Whew. Okay. Does that make sense at all? That doesn't make any sense. Because that would mean that I would have half of the belt inbound. Yeah, that might actually be true. Because what I'm doing now is basically saying it gets consumed, it rolls the dice, the 80% retains, and when it rolls that dice for the 80% retaining, 0.20 or 12.4% chance of it being higher quality. If it becomes higher quality, it goes out of the pool. But if it stays inside the pool, then it just rolls the dice again, reduces by 20%, and then there's another 12.4. So the question is, like, as we degrade it by re-rolling again and again, degrade it by 20% each time, and each time there's a 12.4% chance that it gets sort of selected. Does that converge towards about 50% becomes productivity, becomes quality? That's insane if that's the case. Isn't it? But I guess that's 20, 30, 40. I don't know how to do this, because 266 is just a little bit absurd number. Let's catch another stream. How goes the grow? Fine. Confusing. Let's see how many we actually have on this spaceship, just for reference. 212. Okay. So I need more than I have here, just for the normals. I'm gonna get one of these. Just trying to sort of illustrate what it actually does. $60 in, and then 266 of Should probably do that reprocessing here. That one. Just use this one. There. How many do I need to reprocess 30? Well, it's going to be half, isn't it? Or is it? Are you talking about consuming 60 actuators per second? Yes. Two, 3, 4. 134, and then that would get presumably I know it's not exactly like this because some of them will also go one level higher up. But that's going to be like small percentages. I'm generously rounding it, otherwise I get depressed. On one legendary ship, I got 30k asteroids per minute consumed, including fuel, to produce 625 combined legendary per minute. So it's insane. 2,200 crushes. Okay. So I think this is rough numbers. Actually, the ratio. I think I'll do this. And then, of course, I can scale it down if I want to. So basically it says I get 60 inbound, then I run that through 266 metallic processors of the various sorts, and then I should get 30 of uncommon quality or higher. But I'm just saying it. And in order to process 30 and completely disappear them, I would need 133, which would give me about 15 of rare quality or higher, and then I would need 67 to consume that, and then that would give me about 8, and then I need 33 to consume that, and that would give me about 4. Does that make sense? I mean, like these are sort of, I'd love to try it because why not? Why not try it somehow? I wonder how I would do this. First of all, I would need this to be over compressed. There. And it will be if these are sort of trying to jam it in here and just kind of waiting. Then I would take... I have to take it out here, which means I screw myself for this part. That would need 4 banks of crushing normal quality. Each normal asteroid needs to be crushed 3.34 times on average to be destroyed. So you're actually crushing 200 asteroids per second, which is beyond the belt limit. No, it's not beyond the belt limit. Not if we put him back on the same belt. Right? So if I get 60 inbound and the first process loses 20% of what it does, then it should still be able to put back on the belt, because it's basically taking something up and putting 0.8 back on the belt. That means there should be room for it, right? And it's also really difficult to make sure that it is a compressed belt. And then how am I going to set it up with different ones? There is no way, well, there is a way to control how much. I could do the whole thing in a smaller scale, right? What if I did the whole thing and just divided everything by 2? And then we can see if the principle is the same. The easy way to divide it by 2 would simply be saying get it up here and then get a red belt. A single red belt. And now I know that I only have 30 inbound. But I can then get it back on the belt. It means that only this tile here will just cap it at 30 per second. I think that's a great idea. So let's start making something here. And this will just be as basic as it gets. And it has to output behind itself. I tested this exact scenario. The randomness is too high, I assume. Sure. We'll give it I want to try it myself. So, hope you can understand that. This is how it's supposed to go, and then I'm gonna get another one up here. Yeah. So now I just need half of it, whatever half of it is. $36. 72. 108. Okay. Then I'm gonna split this before going out here. This is 2 times 108, and I needed... Oh, wait, I don't even need 108, actually. I need 136 or 134. So I could maybe get this. I'm gonna get 2 lanes of this. I was needing 134, so that's 67 each. So that's 66 up here. That means it's around that one. Mm-hmm. This one. Go. So that's going to be the output. I think that makes a lot of sense. I'm very excited about this. Just putting it out there. Along with the masterclass, but it's difficult with episodes coming out around once a week. Yep, but that's how it is. I'm not gonna make it more than once a week. Sorry, that's... Alright, so now I need half of it. So that would be basically this one, but only getting up to 64. Ooh. $60 or that one, which would be here. Ooh, hold on. That's not really... is this good? Because that could also be stuff that's even higher level. Should that just pass through? How would I do that? The easy thing is just going like this, but that means at the end we actually have here something that didn't fit, that didn't get picked up. Should I remove it? I think I should. So basically here I'd say anything that is that quality or higher, go that way, and then the rest goes in. But the problem is it now comes out here, which is like a bad place. Okay, let's try to be clever here. Wouldn't it also be possible to do this? Oh yes. Then it just skips it to the output belt. Zoop. Ah. Is there any chance to get coin from collectors? Nope. So now I need a wider thing here. Or kind of rotate it. Or maybe I'm just going to say, from now on, I'm only going to take one belt. Which means that now... Oh, right. Hold on. These ones are not actually correct. This needs to change recipe. One up. Oh, right. That doesn't work. Good. You... click and then do that. Click and then do that. Now we're going backwards. And this is a proof of concept, so there. Should I just leave them in? That means the stuff that... I don't like that. Inserters are still... Yeah, you're right. I'll fix the inserters afterwards. I'm just rooting through this one. So, I think I need to do this, where it says anything that is now... rare quality, legendary quality or higher, you bypass and go in there. And then this. Ooh. Let's do the inserters. This. I don't mind that this might not be ideal, right? But it's I wanted to see that it flows and see if it actually consumes everything or close to everything. I know it actually doesn't now that I think of it, because the stuff that goes through on the last one is still going to be 80% recycled. So I do actually, now that I realize it, I do need to have like a curve here. Yep. Okay, that is actually something that has to be done. Like, I need to do a loop. Abnormal, think of the 52.
Illustrious champion returns.
Okay, so let's start making it on... Let's make it on this one, because that's kind of the smallest one I have. Shit. You're gonna be in trouble. I need to remove this goddamn power plant one more time. Okay, maybe not that. And now I just lost my power as well. What? No, don't do that. A little bit overzealous on the... yeah. There you go. Should get us a little bit of power, and this one. Don't have it, but it should still spin a little bit. All right, let's make this. That means you're gonna go in, and I do have to have something that rolls back like this. And then how am I gonna merge into this? It's easier if it's this way. There. I don't know how that happened. Oh, right, this one got put up a little bit too far. Like that. Outbound. So I like this. I think this is a good way of merging it in. So let me get the whole damn thing here a little bit further down. Because this also needs to be done here. Merger input priority. You're right. It should prioritize the stuff that's already flowing. Yeah. Going in here. And then the whole thing actually has to be taken one down. Because this one needs to establish the same thing. I like these kind of designs where there's sort of step by step we're making progress here. This can now go down here. Okay. And you need to prioritize They're already flowing. Are we getting stuff inbound? Yes, we are, just slowly. Okay, and that comes out, so you're flowing. This one isn't flowing anywhere, but it needs to. Then... yeah. This one can also go further down. Probably like this. It's also interesting when I do these kind of designs. I have like a clear intention in mind about what it's going to look like when it's done or if it's going to work. And then sometimes it just works and I'm a little bit surprised. And then most of the time there's something trivial that I've forgotten. And then I'm not surprised. And again, prioritize the existing, prioritize the existing. I like this. So it goes in, and then that is still going in, going up here. That one. Goes beyond here, going in. That is definitely not there. Okay, so that means it's only the rare quartz that goes in here. It gets processed, and then it goes into... this one's important because that's our, I don't know, measuring stick. And then I need... this was supposed to be 33, but I put it into 36, so I'm just going to make 18. Why does this go backwards? Yeah. Really would like to have it like aligned with the other one. Yeah. Go. And what about this one? Now I'm not skipping here. Well, maybe I should. So this one will be just legendary. Legendary, you skip up there. I know I'm missing the inserters as well. They are not done yet. Okay, so now what am I going to do about this? Then I really should have... some kind of storage here. Because I need to know how much is actually on this belt. Because that's going to be our, basically our measure. Just one of these. I love that you can set circuit conditions on ghost belts. So this will just be the storage for whatever we built. Okay, so let me go fix. This is rare quality outbound. This one is now doing the rare quality. Then that means this is going to be... manual or copy paste? I went for the manual. Yeah. And these will now go one level up. I honestly think that I'd rather have the first one being the one that I think is the most likely to have the most of. So I'm gonna do the same thing here. What? There. And the same one. And one up. Same one, but now it's... There. Okay. Is it ready? Isn't putting all the upper quality onto one belt. Nope, I should have the benchmarks are like this. 60 inbound, 30 of the next, 40, 15, 8, 4. But I'm dividing everything by 2 because then this section needs to be doubled. But if I can do the proof of concept here like this, then that's going to be great. And I will be pushing this one out that way. Same line repeated as epic. What? Oh, right. Yes, that one. There. And we need to make sure this is now the one we're dreaming about. Getting all these flowing out legendaries. And this one will then go just... there. Is it possible to set the quality filter by circuit condition to prevent manually copy pasting them? Yes, but then I spent an hour on figuring out how that's done, and then I won't get any further. Okay, so how do I do this? I think I want to make sure that we are out and flying. I guess we'll do that now. So hopefully we have enough to keep it flying at a good speed. And they should be picking up everything. We have here, this one. How much do we have of each? Not enough. So, get on with it. Good, so once we're up to speed, okay, we're up to speed. Flying at a good rate. Marfist, thank you for the 11 months.
Welcome home.
Well, it's not connected. No, that's not. And it's the red one. So that's the one we're going to do now. There. Shouldn't I put a timer on it as well? Maybe I should. Let's put a timer on it. Yeah, we'll just start it from here. Oh, actually we don't need to, because we can just... It's simple enough, but for the wiring for each crusher, exactly. That's probably going to be another headache. Right, so let's have a look. How much is flowing through? It certainly doesn't seem like... Well, it shouldn't be full belt. But everything should be flowing in here. This should be a full belt, this one. Because it is pressed in here. I could also do it something like this. So that we're sure that this gets compressed. There we go. So that's compressing it, and then it'll slow down. Good. Okay, is anything moving on? Yeah, something is moving on here. I go up here. There's a decent amount that flows through here. But it certainly doesn't feel like this is the maximum. Like, this very much feels like I could do a full belt like this. Feels like I'm a factor 2 off. Like, look at how idle they are. Wow. We're getting a decent chunk of change in terms of legendaries, right? What, it's been 2 minutes and we already have something. Nice. But I can also say that... Is anything coming back here? No, not really. Nothing is really flowing through. But this is... Yeah, the last one on the line isn't really working much. So the question is, what if we just put everything in here? Like, how would that be? Oh, no, I don't understand anything you do. Yeah, stealth marksman. That's it's kind of the new meta, and this is like late game shenanigans in Space Age.
A new subscriber.
And Kikshin, thank you for the prime. Welcome.
We are building an army.
I get a blue belt. Then I'm gonna have to get a blue belt somewhere. So we are out there flying, and we are maintaining our pace. Hi, bye, Prime. Thank you for helping with the surgery recovery. Ooh, I hope you're doing better. You are convalescing. All right, so let's have a look at legendary. Why are these dark? There? Okay. On a 10-minute cycle, doesn't do much, but this is just to expand my storage here. Yeah, it's not gonna work until we get back to you. And just wait.
Our illustrious
Our
champion
requests.
returns. Welcome home.
Let's get a few of these. Soft Bieber, thank you for the 2 years of support. Thank you. All right, a few reminders on resubscriptions are always nice. So I don't know if I could make it go any faster, but it certainly is producing stuff. Now, of course, it's gonna... No, it's not gonna slow down because we still have enough to keep it fed. But I need to get these things inbound. What? I don't have this on Navis? I don't have blue belts on Navis anymore. How do I not have blue belts on Navis? Maybe I... Oh, because I never did. I never did. Well, I guess I don't want blue belts on Navis. See? Don't want him. Don't care. Come on. Get in here. There we go. And off. Oh, there. Yeah, just keeping more storage here. There you go. So now it goes on both sides. Even more storage. Oh, that's a lot of extra stuff here. Right, so this one's just kind of here for storage, and then we're moving around. I'm gonna go there. So we are always moving at this speed, which means we're gonna get a decent amount of things inbound. What about this one? Yeah, these are not actually coming in fast enough. I guess that's just how it is. I don't like the fact that it stops collecting the metallic asteroids. How fast is this? I feel like I should leech. Yeah. The beacon in there. But that should only be... stopped. Really? Oh, because I can't get it anymore out here. Okay. Huh. Right, that's fine. Because this one is trying to jam it in from one side, and the other ones are trying to jam it in there. So this just means that we got a full belt. Fine. Okay, let's look at production stats. Legendary. Okay. Funny how this is the highest. Now everything is in the inside. This does not work. This works better. There we go. Whoa, look at that. Now everything is going in. Oh, because these idiots are killing everything, I guess. It's deleting a lot fast, so let's just do this instead. I want this to be half empty, so that by the time we get to the end, it's fully compressed. Like they are literally waiting to be filled in. That's nice. This is what I want to see. We probably also need 2 lanes around once we get a little bit bigger. Ice asteroid processing only takes half the time. It does? 2.2? Yeah, actually, it's true. Huh, that's funny. Like, why? It's more rare, but okay. But why would there be more of them for that reason? Never mind. I want to run this for at least 10 minutes. So we get... It's very close to 10 minutes. And it looks like about 12 per minute of each. I think we can call it 12, maybe 13 per minute. So if we were to build something from this, then we can compare it to this one here. If I was getting 12 of these per minute, that's nothing, right? Then we can look at this one here and say, okay, in all honesty, we don't need the ice at all for this one, so they can just be reprocessed. So I could basically take the ice one and convert it into the other one. So maybe instead of being 12 plus 12 plus 12, it could be like 15 plus 15. So let's say we get 15 per minute. That is 0.4 per second. I just don't see how we get anywhere near useful numbers like this. Like, it looks nice, this part, but if I started consuming them, they would be disappearing in no time. Of course, this is only half, so if we got the whole thing and we could consume a full compressed green belt, then we would get twice as much. So we are up to maybe 0.5 of each of the things we need per second. And if I'm going to do this as a baseline and say, if I get 1 inbound here, this is 300% productivity. So I'm just going to use this one. 1 chunk is 2 sulfur times 4. So that's 1 chunk is 8 sulfur. So that means I'm only getting 4 sulfur per second if I only get half a chunk per second. Like, that's... And each of these are consuming 1.2 per second. Like, it is orders of magnitude incorrect. Hmm. Yeah, I'm just not really seeing this. How is this one just way better? No, this is not way better. This, yeah, it is better. These ones, look at that, 20. Because my build is deliberately only taking half a belt. Yes. While this one is taking whatever it can. But it's still freaking empty. Okay, so what if... we did this? Haha, that's not great, but we'll try that. Now we get a full belt inbound, and then we're actually having to... I think I'll also do this. Don't care about it. Yeah, entries after the fuel production, yes. But then it has to sort of be able to fill up, which it won't be able to fill up with just this, but you know. It's worth a shot. I mean, this is also like... Okay, what I'm really interested in with this design here is whether something flows through. And yes, we can see that things are flowing through here now. That's interesting. And it's obviously on the inside belt that is mostly. Luckily, the two belts that are not working, or the two sides of the belt, are opposite sides of the belt, which means that whatever got stuck on one goes into the other one. But it does look like if this wasn't slowing down, it is, then we would actually see that it backfills out here. But hey, it's definitely busy. That's something. We're definitely in a position where I won't be able to consume all of it. You can't stack them as materials. You can't stack asteroids. Why is it nothing? Oh, it's not working because... yeah, okay. Yeah, that's another little hassle here. I forgot that. This won't work. Because now it can't output anything. Maybe I should actually do that in a different way. Like this. Because that means the inside will only... it's not going to make a difference. It's still going to jam. Because it won't be able to output anything. So this one will have the problem of, will it jam? Maybe. I think that the only way we can make it not jam is by making sure that when it goes around, just to get that one. Okay, this is test. here. This is the only way we can really make sure that it doesn't jam, but it's going to take a little bit of time for it to first, it needs to unjam. Why? Because then everything that gets placed goes only in on one side. And the inside, which is what is being output by the machines, has priority. So that will go out here, and only when that gets processed fast enough that it can't output here will it start actually removing from the outer belt, and only when that's empty will it start supplementing with the last belt here. This shouldn't jam as far as I can tell. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What the hell? Maybe you just wait here a little bit. How the hell did that happen? Well, I wonder how that happened. Oh, yes. Yep, it ran out of power. Because I had forgotten to actually request stuff for this one. Why are we not requesting any repair packs? Isn't that weird that we're not requesting repair packs? Should be enough power to get this, right? Why are we not getting enough power here? So that goes in, that gets more power. Let's see once this one comes in. Come on, I just needed to get just enough power to actually just get one in here. They have the floor ketone. There you go. And then I have enough power. You're not moving, are you? You are moving. God damn it. Really shouldn't be moving now. Just chill. Please. There. That one. Wow, that was lucky that we were close. What are you carrying? Okay, that's Mutatio. Whew. Okay, so when you get to Novice, you're going to be topping up on... Good. Yeah, I did have an over. Yes, correct. I need this one coming. And there it is. Repair packs are exceedingly underwhelming. So when we get in, it's one thing that gets repaired slowly. And Legendary don't really go faster. If Legendary was faster, then it would be nice. So now one thing here is actually getting repaired. But which one? That one. Yes. No? Something is being repaired. I don't know what, but one thing is being repaired. How are the Gleba attacks? They have stopped. Completely stopped. Whew. Well, that was a little bit of a scare. Right. Okay. I don't think this one is going to jam, though. Because it will never chop up unless there's only on the outside lane. And so the outside lane will be topped up. It'll only be going in the outside lane. And stuff will go through here. And the inside lane is the output of all the machines. And that will be prioritized. So the priority for the next loop is inside lane, which is the output of the machines. Outside lane, which is the stuff that's been flowing around. And then new stuff. That's the ranked priority for by doing it this way. So I'm happy. I'm overconfident. We all know about overconfidence, right? So I'm gonna do this. And then it's obviously gonna jam, or is jammed to begin with, but if I just loosen it up a little bit, then hopefully it'll get going. Then it will first empty the inside belt, which is the output for the machines, so that the output can continue. Can you let in repair packs? Yes, I can, but they don't really do much. They just have more repair capacity. They don't have faster repair capacity. This keeps flowing until we have now gotten everything out of the machines. You can see all these machines are still desperately trying to unload. And at some point we won't have a full belt. And there we go. Then we start loading the outside belt, which is the stuff that's just flowing around. Once that's done, then we start loading from the other one. There we go. Now we start loading new stuff in. I like it. And the other ones probably should do the same, but they don't have high enough quantity to be problematic, I think. Good. So what about now if we look at legendary? Less. Great. Less. We're producing less now. Is this the red belt? Turbo. No, I don't actually use a red belt now, and I'm just feeding it in because it is naturally capped. Here, you can see here it's not consuming a full belt anyway. So we just let it run as fast as this build can do. Yeah, it was clocked for a while. True. But in all honesty, I don't think we're getting enough in here to warrant the size of this one. Anyway, we're going to take a break. Then we'll be back in 2 minutes for the final hour of today. And we're going to look at this one while taking a short break. Be back in 2 minutes. Yep. Someone was standing by my feet and going, meow, meow. So, had to pick him up. Needed some attention while we're looking at this and figuring out why it's not working. Hello, cat. Yes, indeed. It's a very cuddly cat. It's also a very beautiful cat. Okay, let's see. I want to see if we can... So now it's definitely... It doesn't matter how much goes in here. The only thing matters is this one always working? Like, are the ones here at the end, are they working? Yeah, they're working pretty consistently. So that means it's good, right? If they were not working, then we might have, like, the loop would be too big, and by the time we get to the end of the loop, there wouldn't be anything left. Did you rub cat treats on your face again? No, I have a very lovable face. Yeah, I'm just my my aftershave is catnip spray. That's why. Shouldn't you have less? Yeah, but then it doesn't divide by 3, and I want the whole thing to divide by 3. So that's something. What an affectionate cat. It is a very affectionate cat. He's very cuddly. And he's very affectionate around 6:30 in the morning. Then he's like, you know, it's time to get up. It's time for some morning cuddles. Meow, meow, meow. Alright? That's what you say. Every morning between 6 and 7. No matter what, no matter how long the hype trains have been. Right? Yeah. That is my hype cat. Right, but so I think this part works, but this is also tuned a lot more. If we say that this one is working consistently, it's not jamming, it's getting what it needs, all that good stuff. Then let's look at the next part. This part. This is definitely overscaled. I'm getting the sense that it's double scaled. So if we only send it out here, I'm just curious, wouldn't it be able to get everything done with only half of... You can see up here? They don't even get to the end anyway. So somehow this is scaled by a factor 2. This was also scaled by a factor 2. Like we end up just trying to get more into here. So this is the question. Like first I did it with math and that got a factor 2 off. Like lovely. Then I'm now doing it sort of more on Gefühl, I guess. But is that safe? As long as I build it in a way that it can't jam, then I suppose that's good. Do the crushers work on planet surface? Yes. Like, could you drop all the asteroids onto the planet surface and process them there? No. No, they don't. The crushers don't work planet side. I need to hit the Alt key. These are strictly gravity 0. So no, they don't work. And even then, they stack to 1. So how are you going to transport them? And no, it's just, even if it was possible, it wouldn't be a good idea. But it is something that belongs in space. Oh, what? Want some stomach cuddles now? Are we done being cuddled? Can I put you down now? Wave goodbye to everyone. Yeah. Yeah. There we go. Cat hair everywhere. Not happy. It's like, why do you abandon me? Okay, so this one I think I want to change it to the design that I did before. Go. So now some of them are actually moving past. That's good. Good to see that. So this looks good, I think. Like it doesn't stall. It looks very well balanced actually. Which means this whole thing can just be taken out. Interesting. And it also makes more sense to do it this way. And then this is obviously also too big, like way too big. 18. Let's see if this fills up. And this is also kind of maximally absurd. This is not doing anything. Definitely like this, but how much is this? 18 and 6. 18 times 3 is 36. Okay. I also think this is too much. I think 12 is the right number here. I think it's 36, 12, 18. I think it's like a factor 3 between them. By sideloading the belt. Yes. Theoretically, yes, but it doesn't matter since it doesn't get consumed anyway. So if I filled in the whole one, it would get jammed. It's just now it's consuming. No, now it's pulling in at the rate that it can consume, which is also pretty much the rate that it can generate these. That's not much that passes by. So it actually looks pretty good. And what we can see is that mostly it's the metallic one that passes by, and also we're getting way more metallic. So I'm hoping that this one is processing a little bit. Oh, we have an issue. There we go. So it gets a lot easier to look at this, because now we could say all of this, and this one could be split into 2, and then we can have this afterwards. So I think we could actually have this whole thing on the space we have available, which means that when we double the space, we could actually have it just going in and down. I like that. And then I think I would have the collection would be going from the middle and out. Middle out, because, you know, middle out, right? The best algorithm for compression is middle out, so anything that we can do middle out is best. So we do middle out algorithm. The power consumption of the ship, I don't know. Irrelevant. Right, so we do middle out and go around, because then we get to this point before we set up this part here, I think. I don't know how we do with this. Anyway, let me start to see if I can compact this somehow. Like, I like this design, but it does take up a little bit too much space. Is there any way that I can do this better? I can't use that because it comes in on both sides. Could I merge this in on that side like this? Would that be the same? Would that work the same way? Yeah, it would work the same way. Okay, so that actually compresses it a little bit. Huh. It works the same way. That's a funny belted 3-tiered insert. Okay, so this is 36, so I'm going to take the 18 out. And that's going to go here. to be the same. I can compact it by 1 tile. There. And that goes 18. I wonder if I want to build the same thing here. Just let's do the same thing. I like this. Maybe I do this part. No, this is too big to have as multi-lane here. But this is really nice that it goes sort of cascading the same build. Like first we have 33, then we get down to 9, and then we get down to maybe even 3. We'll do this first. Oh, skip the sound. Damn. Sorry, remind me. Yeah, this is not necessary. This is only because it was one side that was moving. I'll do this a little bit different here. Huh. These are just not going through. Do the legendary split off first? Yeah, that's true. We're just gonna kill all of that. That's not great. That's actually the opposite of what I want. It also kind of a lot of dead space here in this build, which is something you can't really afford to have on a spaceship here. It feels kind of like I should just build. Oh, right. Hold on. Don't do that. Get that one here. Maybe just build this one. Wrong way. Oh, right, this is because it's this one. Yeah. Hmm. Do have some junk in here. There you go. They should be as close as possible, so there you go. Those loop-de-loops are a thing. They're definitely a thing. Ah, no, that actually is better. So now this is actually, I don't know if it's because I messed with it that it's so slow or if it's simply not keeping up. Because this doesn't seem fast enough. That's good. We now have a template so we can more easily apply that somewhere else. I can take this out and go 1, 2, 3, 4 and get these in here. And then you get back in there. Suppose we can do it like a little bit better. It doesn't float around out there. There we go. And this is just a storage box. Why is this one different from the other one? This one goes back and in here. But the other ones go forward. Would it make a difference if they went back here? That would be a little bit better maybe. Let me try that. Because it's kind of what I'm doing somewhere else as well. So I would go here. And then I would have to build one of these. Because otherwise it's gonna jam here as that already does. Or I have to be able to get this through without that one. Because that gets it potentially 2 tiles closer. Woo! 2 tiles closer! Woo! Now we're just chasing the small optimization. Now they are right next to each other and they go back, and this one should also go back. And we can save some tiles as well. 1 tile as well if it goes back. we go. One more tile saved. A tile saved is a tile learned or something. This one works because the other one is weird. Oh, this can be a lot less weird. Ah. Looks better. This is also a little bit compressed here. That's a nice build, right? Do you get a roughly equal number? It's an easy thing to say. Yeah, I would say that. Roughly equal. Little excess of oxide for some reason. Yeah, so this is not like super ultra mega compact, but it's pretty good. It's dense. It's also very easy to see that there's something, and then there's the next step, and the next step, and the next step. Cool. Then we could take this one, this part here, and sort of reprocess it. Ooh, 20 stream streak. Nice. Yeah. And this is, it's flying at a pretty decent speed here. 450 everywhere. Okay, so let me, okay. I know I said that I generate 70k per minute for blue legendary, but it does have some preconditions. I can tell you about them, but I can see you have no backseating. Oh, I don't have no backseating. That's just from playing. So thank you for reminding me. Very much backseating. Thank you for respecting that. But by all means, Factorio is very much a backseating game. So definitely very much like to hear how you got that. A blue legendary. Backseating the channel. Yes, everyone's on the backseat. Right, so I like this. I would also say that the ship should be twice as wide, have twice as much processing here. Each of these can support all of it, so I don't need to get more fuel if I double it. But here's the thing. Let's say I double this, then I'm going to take it from the middle, go out, go down, hit this one, and then after I hit this one, which is important, then I have to go into this thing. But I'd love this thing to be right behind up top. So how do I make sure that it actually gets something down here? It's from Blueprints, yes. Okay, I think we're enough flying here, so let's go back and park open hours. Have a second and third mining ship that generate legendary sulfur for me. So when I drop my science, I upload the sulfur. Oh right, okay, yeah, that makes sense. Because I was looking at the sulfur and just like I could not get it to work at all because the sulfur is insanely demanding. It's also you also need, hold on. Yeah, you need sulfur for two things. You need it for the red circuits and you need it for the sulfur. Because you need it for red circuits to make coal, and then it needs to be legendary coal to make legendary platinum to make legendary red circuits. And that's the problem. Like it's really all about the sulfur. Blue science is all about the sulfur. I think red and green, that should be pretty simple, but yeah, all about the sulfur. Would it make sense to have a full loop of asteroids for the casino and separate loop for fuel? Yes, but I don't know how to do that. Because, yeah. That's why I was thinking maybe I shouldn't have two belts, but oh, yes. All right, we'll zoom out again. So what I want to do is I'll take it from the middle, I'll go out, go down here, and then the problem is if it just goes down and stops, it's a problem. I could of course always feed the last into this, but I could then go down here and go back up and then feed it into this. That means that there will always be a flow past this one, which I like, and then there will always be everything that ends up at the end will just go into this. That's how I'm going to do it. Yeah. Cool. All right. We are here. Okay. Let's kill this one. So, twice as big, you say. This is 2 tiles, so it's going to be out here. I don't think it needs to be as... oops. It needs to be as wide below here, but whatever. We'll cross that bridge when we get there, right? Yeah. Good. And then I let it run for a bit afterwards when I run out of sulfur to pre-generate the plastic. Also up to 100k. But I must admit I am redesigning it in the moment to make it more UPS friendly. Okay. So that means I need this part here. And here. Yeah. Then we're just gonna wait a little bit for everything to come in. There we go. Then we're gonna have to figure out how to do this. I'm also going to make this more compact. The fact that it has, like, lasers are not going to be an issue here. So I can make it just from the middle here. There. We're going to change that. Yeah, and then I flip it. Because this has to go out. But it also, this is the first one. Really tempting to just build this, just so that we are sure that we have enough lasers. Down here to this design. back up, and then to these builds. To this one. So once I build it, I can later on go, oh, really, I have way too much space, for example. But right now, that looks good. So it goes basically down here just to do this. You can also just bring this a little bit up if you want to, and then realize that we probably have built it way too big. You can also build it here. And then that means... that. So we've decided that the Megabase is going to be in space. Nope, we've decided that we want to explore the different options. One of them being this one. I think it's really fun to do a spaceship design. And so I wanted to do that. Oh, this one maybe. Do I want this? Oh, it's hard to know. Hard to know. Ooh, look at that. Utter waste here. Look at that waste. Wow. Wow, I wasted one. Two belts are wasted. Right, so this one, now the issue with this is how the hell do I get it where I want it to go? This one is easy, but the other one is less easy. Oops, this one is an important design. Huh. That's interesting. This one should actually be sitting here. Or maybe I just collect everything. Okay, I'm gonna put you here and then I'm gonna ignore you. And now I'm back again, building a bigger ship. Yes! Bigger ship. Always bigger ship. That goes out. This one is already done. This one has no value. So I'm gonna have that one feed this part. Are we getting stuff? Ooh, that's not good. Let's see. We probably shouldn't be here. That's Ghost of Phoenix, probably. Nope. Then it's probably a Timbo. Haha, look at that cute little old one. Just go back there. Ooh, that's a little bit risky with these bad ships here. That's gonna get 20 inbound, and how many are we missing? We're missing 20, but I think we need more than 20, right? Maybe. But let's see. That. And... this part out here is definitely going to be removed at some point, but I can't really figure out right now. Right, so what is it I want? The one on the top, so it's this here, is going... That's the first one, yeah? And then I also needed to go into here. So I think that one should be it. And then this one should be the other one. Yeah? That goes into this one and goes onwards, yeah? That's not great, actually. I would honestly much rather have this one up here. No. Because then it can jump smoothly through this. That's lovely. But what am I going to do about the other one? It's almost impossible to do this symmetrical without it looking weird. Could also just be something trivial like... On the other hand, it doesn't need to go any further than this. I can't sneak it through here anyway, so it'll have to be something. Yeah? It goes in and it goes on to the next one. There. And we have the other one as well. So let's try and see if we can... I wonder how much we can just copy paste. Let's try it. No! Like this? Yeah. Could use a different pattern for the rockets. One going up, one going down, and link them. Fuel from the tanks. Uh-huh. Oh yeah, this one is there. Okay, so this is getting there. Okay, this part. And then flip it. Okay. And now this part might be copy pastable. Oh, it's not. Oh, I don't know if that works, honestly. Yeah, I don't know. Well, it should work, right? Yes, that goes into, that's the blue one. The blue is closer and the, it's inside, okay. Okay. And let's see how this was supposed to be. This is the, let's see how that works over here. Ooh. No, I don't actually want it like this. Okay, so I want this to be reverse somehow. Maybe I just do it the easy way. Like this. That should be the same. So, the one that's inside is going down here. That's still not it. The one that's on the inside. This is the inside, is blue. Then that's the one that's furthest down. The one that's on the inside, that's yellow. That's the one that's bottom. Yeah, that one. Outdated. Yeah. Okay. And the other one goes here. It's the blue, and then it goes here. Right, is that symmetrical with this one? Yes. Good, it's all symmetrical. It's all great. And we have some, a little bit. And these, oh, they're not getting anything because they're not, okay. Here we go. That is mono to this belt, right? Yes, and go up there. Perfect. What? How is... Oh, right. Freaking out, yeah. Thank you. And then you're gonna go up there. Good. So now they are actually separated right there. Two different networks that will pick up at different cadences based on what they want to have something. That's weird. This one just needs to be a giant storage of storageness. And you can also see if this works, we have plenty of space for building. Why is this not working? So let's try it. Right, what could possibly go wrong? And there's definitely room for more expansion of everything. So yeah, I don't think I need these to be requested at those quantities anymore. Let's go. Oh, we're not going. We don't have any thrusters, right? We don't have any thrusters. Why are we not? Why are we not working? Mm-hmm. Freaking out here. And it's out. Just collect something. Come on, get out there. Collect, 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 collect. Get stuff before we lose our speed. And everything we get will go into the fuel first. So the fuel is gonna work first. Oh, we actually never solved the part about our... no, we did solve it. Of course we did. Like that one. You're here. Water. This one. Calcite. Just not getting some water inbound. Oh, because he goes past this one first. So this one's gonna steal all the juicy stuff. And, oh, still. Stop stealing it. There we go. Finally. We get a little bit of calcite inbound. And more calcite. And more calcite. And more. Good. Now we're getting a little bit. Are we moving? Yes. Now we're moving. I don't like that I can't see the whole ship. Oh. Prioritize the middle cross. I don't need to. Since this was the worst case scenario for the very first startup and it worked fine, then I don't really feel the need for it. Okay. I need somewhere to store all of this. Basically just need a giant storage. How does the storage need look like? Oh, now I don't have enough. Well, whatever. We'll come back soon. Stop that Fulgora. Why is it? Oh, right. It's... shouldn't be unloading. That means it also shouldn't be requesting stuff from here, but it is. More? Yeah, now we need more. Rank the most profitable asteroid road, including Aquilo. A fellow designer did the math and found that Fulgora to Nauvis generates the most asteroids. Run some tests and can confirm. Oh, okay. Interesting. 1 hour and 45. Yeah, okay. I was kind of thinking maybe it could get done today, but nope. It's basically like 1 research per day or something we can expect. Alright, now we're moving back. I actually just want you to keep flying. So the question now is, what do these look like? They are not great, but that's kind of expected. I really think that I don't need to I don't need to do anything. I just need to, like, everything I can collect, I want it. And what about the fuel here? They are just not getting enough. Why are they not getting enough? Oh, it's the water that's kind of iffy. Why? I don't like it being water constrained. It really should never be. Okay. The fact that it goes like water constrained here is bad. I could also link it to this one. No. 30. This is what we want to see. We want to see it calcite. With calcite sort of idling here, that's what we want to see. Why are these not stacked? They should be. It just gets everything sort of nicer buffer everywhere. I want this to get away from being ice constrained. Because it should be struggling on ice. This one is just holding, steady, steady. Okay, now we're starting to see some calcite accumulate. That's good. Yes, this is what we want to see. We want to see calcite holding, especially now that it's stacked. Working, working, working. Output full. This is producing at 11.9, so it should actually be... Oh, no, this... Ugh, man, it says output full. I hate that. Why? It should be 6,000 for each of these, but it says output full. Output full. Yeah, it is right at the max. And these are not working at full speed. They're working at 255. Whoa, why are we slowing down? Why are we slowing down? So why can they not keep up? They can't keep up because this stupid output is constraining us. First of all, it's been a mystery. Yeah, but the problem here is that each of these blue arrows can maximum do 6,000 per second or 100 per tick. So no matter what you do, you cannot get more than 12,000 per second out of this. And this one is 11.9 deliberate, which means it should be able to get everything out. Ooh, now water is starved. Why are you not throwing it out? You have plenty of... Oh, you can't... Oh, I did not see that coming. I did not see that coming. This is funny. Funny, haha. Because that actually also would be like this. Good. Okay, let's see. How many do we have of this? 65. So, 65 times 300 each. That's 1,950. But each of those produce 11,900 times 2. Definitely enough, right? What do you think about having recipes for fluids that use higher quality solid inputs, but instead of having a quality output, it just outputs more fluid? I mean, again, like, I don't know. It could be a thing, but it's not. So, it isn't a thing. An excellent idea for a mod, but it's never going to be added to the game, so yeah. The refineries, yeah, the chemical plants. We don't have any refineries. They are always refusing to be effective. This is working fine. It says output full, but output full is fine because that's just These here. This is all fine. This is output full, and that's the stuff that's not great. Like, maybe it's no. There shouldn't be any bottlenecks between these. There shouldn't be. Shouldn't. Haha. Right. Does that change anything? Still says output full, which makes no sense. So if it could just follow the rules of the game, it would be fine. But I don't understand why it's not doing that. So this is something more tinkering. And then what I could do was sort of do this as the storage for all of it. Because whatever. I don't know if I want to have everything merged together now. So there are cliffs with more than 12 meters. Yeah, cliffs are, yeah. I think you got a good point, Mickey. I think that's exactly what happens. That's a really good point. Because right when these two hit at the same time, they might be like, oh, nope, I can't do that. And then it goes over. I think that's exactly what happens. Thank you. Great suggestion. So how do we do that? Redesign the entire thing. Because I needed to push. I need this to be producing enough. And I thought this was safe, but it wasn't. Damn. And there is nothing we can do to get it. So the only thing we can do is make another design that has two of these outputs, two of these boxes. Which is annoying because it's a hell of a different design. Fluids, all that stuff. Remove few engines. I mean, that doesn't... I need more engines. I don't need fewer engines. If I remove engines, I'm defeating the point here. So I need to make sure that all the front, the entire front is just collect, and the entire back is just engines. Those are my conditions. Anything in between is going to be maximizing all the resources that I get because I move so fast. If some strategic pumps, nope, you cannot pump your way out of this because the problem is here. And if you put a pump, then you cap it at 3,000. So nope, nope. And it is because we need to move faster. We need to move faster so we can collect more. Like, look at this one. This is so idle. Idle all the time. So we need to move faster. Yeah, well, not today. Remove one beacon? No, that's not going to make it go faster if I remove beacons. So no. I'm going to need to do something that has two of these. So it's a complete redesign of this. Can you just put 4 blocks? Yes, I can, but I'm not going to. Then that really defeats the purpose of this. So it has to be redone. And that's a new design for this. It was okay. It just didn't work. And I think Mickey got the point. So thruster stacking, never, ever there. So don't even ask that. You should know better than to ask that question. So we'll be back on Sunday with some masterclass or some workshop for designs for more early game, and then this one will return sometime in the future. So stay tuned on Discord. I will on Sunday update a schedule for the next 3 weeks where you can kind of see when I'm going to be around, because I'm going to go to Berlin next week and then to a festival the week after, and there will be some days here and there where I will be streaming. So I'll try it. So thank you very much for joining. Good night, everyone. Take care and stay effective.